IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network.
John Andretti starts to close into the back of Mansell. So John Andretti, who will drive 2 races in one day, is having one incredible drive here this morning. John Andretti strong, trying to run down the line. Nigel Mansell, a very quiet month. And look here, they almost go 3 wide. Now they get down into single file. And Robbie Gordon now running strong. He had some handling problems early, but Robbie moving up through the field.
As they head through 4, the big battle right now, Boycel clears traffic and gets through very safely. And everyone, again, making it through 4 as they head toward 1 and Jerry Baker.
Well, Mansell's found some running room all by his lonesome. Now we were watching Eddie Cheever. Man, he appears to be really flying out there. Oh, we got a bad crash in 1. 2 cars are gathering. We've got a quick flash fire. It is out. Cars dive to the inside. One of the cars up against the outside wall dodges the crash. They are side by side just as we come out of number 1.
Less than half a lap ago. Brody Johncock by 5 car lengths over Rick Mears. They're in the north short shooter. Here they come. This is the final quarter lap. Johncock maintains the lead. The voice of the 500, Paul Page. Who's going to win? Gordon Johncock off the fourth
hang on a
turn.
sec. Yeah, I do now.
Right behind him.
Yeah.
Johncock. Mears makes the try. Johncock wins it by less than 1/10 of a second. Gordon Johncock has won his second 500. Rick Mears comes across in second place, almost side by side. And you should see the celebration that is taking place at the Patrick Racing Pits. An incredible celebration now as they run down toward victory lane. What a finish.
Let's see what happens with the 68.
He's going to climb
the fence. He is out of the car, and Helio Castroneves climbs the fence in the front straight.
IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network. From the Firestone broadcast booth, it's time for the Verizon IndyCar Series on the Advanced Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network.
Welcome to an incredible racing facility, Texas Motor Speedway, Denton, Texas, just north of the Dallas-Fort Worth complex. We are ready for IndyCar qualifying for the Verizon IndyCar Series. Based on what we've seen today, it's going to be a blistering time out there. It's going to be hot, and the speeds are going to be fast. Davey Hamilton is alongside and on board with us. One thing that they have done, Davey, is they put these what they call closure panels on these cars and increase some of the downforce to try, I think, to get them a little closer together. What do you think of it?
Well, you know, they have to try something, Paul. I mean, and I think that's a good start. The car, I see the speeds are down just a little bit from what we're used to, but as long as it does the job, and that job should be keeping the cars from getting airborne, number one, which hopefully that does, and hopefully we don't get a car turned around to even see if that happens, number one. But number two, you know, the tightness of the racing has been a little spread out over the last few years here at Texas Motor Speedway, and we're used to seeing wheel-to-wheel, side-by-side. I remember, Paul, some of the races, Al Jr. and Sharp and us all had here. I mean, you never had a break. You're always in a crowd, and I think that fans love that. So I think as long as the racing gets a little closer, and hopefully this will help that.
We did have one incident during the 75-minute morning practice session, the only practice that they have had leading up to this qualifying, and that was, surprisingly enough, Ryan Hunter-Reay, who coming off at turn 2 got a little high. He told us he wasn't exactly sure exactly what happened, but he got up, he caught the wall right on the middle of the turn, and then slid down and caught the inside wall with the back of the car. It's quite a bit of damage that appeared to the back of the car, but on the other hand, we looked down in the pit lane, and that car is sitting there right now. So we look like we're going to have qualifying with everybody included. And so, Nick, what's the latest on Ryan Hunter-Reay?
Yeah, I actually just talked with Rob Edwards, who's the strategist on that pit box, and asked him how bad the damage, how much do they have to repair. And he said it was actually just some minor suspension stuff, and then obviously replaced the rear wing. He said because that car went in at a bit of an angle and not straight on, it was certainly a lucky situation, and that the damage to that car wasn't too bad. So he said they were fairly lucky. How about those conditions? Very hot down here, 93 degrees the ambient temperature. Track temperature, Paul, is all the way up around 131 degrees, so quite warm here as we get set to go qualifying at Texas.
And we are ready to cover all of that for you on the Advanced Auto Parts Radio Network.
If there's one thing Firestone's learned over its 100 years in racing, it's that if you don't keep moving forward, you're going to get left behind. So even though Firestone has more Indy 500 wins than any other tire on the planet, we're always more concerned with what we've done for you lately. That's why we're constantly trying to make our tires stronger, last longer, and handle better than ever. And we bring that same commitment to every tire we make, whether it's for the racetrack or for the open road. Whatever you drive, drive a Firestone.
The Verizon IndyCar is qualifying on the oval here at Texas Motor Speedway, and this is the way the qualifying works here today. You come out of the pits. Second time you come across the start-finish line, you will be, in fact, on your qualifying run, which will be 2 laps. The average of those 2 laps is your qualifying speed, and then you'll figure out where you are in the field. You heard Will Power just now fire his engine. He is first in the line. Right behind him, Will Power, who has back-to-back poles here, first in the line to qualify. Right behind him, the defending champion of this event, that's Ed Carpenter. And the line, I was kind of surprised that they're all right out. Usually, as you said, Davey, they kind of trickle out, but they're ready to go.
They're ready to go. Every car's out there, ready to go, lined up. Pretty interesting. You could see your front row could be the first 2 guys. I mean, Will Power, like you say, 2-time pole winner here at Texas Motor Speedway, and then the race champion, Ed Carpenter, right behind him. Now, Ed was a little bit off pace in practice, but even if he doesn't qualify good, he's always a contender in this race for sure.
And then the rookie Coletti is right behind Ed Carpenter. Coletti, when you think about it, Karam and Chavez are all rookies to this racetrack. So they probably got a pretty good experience this morning when they first went out to qualify. Now they have yet another challenge ahead of them. Will Power's engine is running. We're waiting for the officials to signal them out. We should be less than a minute away from the first car to go qualify for the race here, which runs, of course, tomorrow night at 8 o'clock Eastern time. 8 o'clock Eastern, that's 7 o'clock, of course, here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area.
I think you got Will Power right now, Paul. He's warmed up. Brian Barnhart down there, always the guy to tell you when it's time to go. One thing I do like about Texas, they've had some unique qualifying procedure. Remember back in the day where they had us do a pit stop?
I remember that.
I remember that. That was some crazy times because there was no speed limit on pit lane, and for a driver, it did make it a lot of fun. I think we made a lap under time. We came in, we made pit stop out of the pits, and then came back across for the checkered. I think some of those things were pretty creative. Eddie Gossage, well, you can look by just the big Hoss, that TV monitor,
the promoter
in the back,
here.
right?
He's
unbelievable. And creative things and ways to bring fans to his seats, and Will Power pulls out of pit lane onto the track, Paul.
Will Power begins the roll again, second time by. He will take the green flag on the qualifying attempt. And Will Power, his record here as a pole sitter is great, back-to-back poles, and of course he's a former winner here at this race as well. During the morning practice, at least, he was favoring a run that took him right down the middle of the course, and already he's made it around the track and crossed the line for the first time next time by, and he will be on the qualification attempt. Davey, you've got experience here, some of it not so good, but much of it good. The line that he's using right right now, getting down close to the line, was not what he was using earlier, but I assume that's the fast way or he wouldn't be doing it.
Well, it's for sure the short way, Paul. And sometimes the short way is better than the fast way when it comes time to qualify. And when you have no help in front of you from drafting, you try to make the smallest circle you possibly can. We'll see how he goes down in turn 1. Sure does, Paul, right on that white line. Now down the back straightaway is a question mark. Is he going to stay on the bottom or go towards the top? He goes up towards the top of the wall, going down into turn 3 right now. Get back on that bottom, going through turn 3 and 4. It helps free the car up, but you do want to make the smallest circle you can.
He warmed up at 214.4 miles an hour, and the first lap comes in now at 218.706. He is on that second lap and running for the end of his qualification.
Wow, good run. I mean, that's a couple mile an hour faster than we've seen in practice. And, these guys, especially that Penske group, they know how to step it up for qualifying. They've been tough all year. Coming off of turn 4 right now, we'll see if we can finalize this lap and see what his average will be.
Here's the checkered flag. Will Power completes that second lap, 218.3. Just dropped off about 4/10 on that second lap, but it put his average speed at 218.519 miles an hour. That is now the mark that everybody has to work against.
And I think that's a good mark that somebody has to. I have a feeling that he could stay on top quite a while, but you got to remember, one of his teammates, the Indianapolis 500 winner, he's getting ready to go out here in just a couple cars. So he's a guy that can challenge that time for sure.
Yeah, Juan Montoya did not have the greatest practice session this morning. A lot of changes to the car, switched out the rear wings once, and he sits right behind Coletti. On the track now is Carpenter, defending champion of the race, and then Coletti will go out next, and then it will be Juan Montoya, followed by Charlie Kimball. So on the track now, Ed Carpenter. First time by, he now begins to pick up the pace, and he will see green flag as he next time passes this start-finish line. The day today is hot. Temperatures into the 90s. It's partly cloudy overhead, and the breeze, though, has actually helped things out. We've had a very light breeze, and it's felt pretty good. Green flag. Now, Ed Carpenter is on the run. The warm-up at 208.698 miles an hour. Already Carpenter moves through turn 2. He used that low line, moved to the middle of the track as he came off onto the back straightaway. Already he starts to line up for turn number 3. Again, down right against the line. Turn 4 is just ahead. He stayed down on that line between 3 and 4. Now comes high, though not as high as he could have, and finishes his first lap. And that first lap is at 216.352 miles an hour. That's not any quicker than Will Power turned. So Ed's still apparently struggling a little bit.
Yeah, kind of. Those numbers is what Will had in practice. I mean, they both have stepped it up, but unfortunately, Ed still a couple mile an hour off, and that's just not like him. But watch out, he's a great racer here, and he's a defending champion.
Here's the checkered flag, and now Ed Carpenter has completed his 2 runs. The second lap came in at 216.042 miles an hour. His average 216.197 miles an hour. With 2 cars qualified, he's on the outside of the front row provisionally at the moment. Obviously, all of that is going to change. It may change right now, in fact, as one of the more interesting performers this year has been Stefano Coletti. He has turned in some brilliant performances, still has yet to get up into the top of the order, but he's working his way up there, and he apparently enjoys these high-speed super speedways.
That's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not his background at all. And he's a road and street course guy, Monte Carlo, and man, he struggled last week at Detroit. A lot of cautions came out, just couldn't get it right. We've seen a lot of speed out of this kid. We know he can get it done, but it's never easy to come into this series as a rookie and compete against these guys that have been here a long time. And his first time on oval to feel comfortable is pretty impressive.
So as we watch Coletti come to the green flag, he starts his run. Brad Gilley has joined us for this weekend, and we welcome him aboard. Brad, you're already going hard at work. What do you have for us?
Here with Will Power, the fastest car so far in qualifying, more than 2 miles per hour faster than what you were in practice, Will, and you're going for your 6th consecutive front row starting spot. You think that's going to be good enough for a front row?
I don't know. Being first, you have obviously absolutely no idea, but I think that's as much as we could take off, and hopefully we're there in the front bunch.
All right, there's Will Power.
And on the track, Coletti is at 212.383 miles an hour for his first lap. He's running lap number 2 right now, and he has stayed pretty high coming off of that turn 3. Now drops not all the way down to the line, runs a fairly conservative course. Checkered flag is out. Second lap is complete now for Coletti. His qualifying run is complete. 211.478 miles an hour. They average 211.930 miles an hour. And joining us too, of course, as always, is Mark James. This time he is going to have a position that is high over turn 4. He'll be able to watch the entire track, as every seat here can, but he'll be focusing on the center of the backstretch and all the way around to the start-finish line. Mark James, welcome aboard.
Good to be here as always. For years we were on top of the condos and the suites in turn 2. Now this position above turn 4 gives us an advantage to where we can see all the way around this racetrack, much like turn 2. Biggest difference is we can't see all the way to Oklahoma anymore, which we can see from the top of that massive facility, but it still doesn't dampen our enthusiasm for this great race. Going to be interesting to see how qualifying unfolds. Let's get the word from one of our most recent qualifiers on pit road with Nick Yeoman.
That's right, Ed Carpenter, second fastest of the 3 cars. A little surprised in the practice this morning. CFH car struggling. Ed, are you guys able to pinpoint the lack of speed this morning during practice? Are you happy about that qualifying run?
I don't know. We'll see where it ends up. I mean, I really don't know. I mean, it's not a speed problem. It's a handling problem. You know, we know how to make the car go fast, but, you know, it doesn't matter. You can't go fast when it doesn't handle well. So we just got to figure out what it takes to make this new car work with this new package, new underwing, everything. And we haven't done a good enough job up to this point, and it's starting to get annoying.
All right, appreciate it. That is Ed Carpenter, and you can hear it in his voice. Paul, remember, this is a team that's had to repair a lot of race cars over the past couple of weeks with all the incidents at Indy and Detroit.
They have had a lot of work to do. 8 races, 7 different winners. One guy's won twice. That's the guy that's on the track right now. Juan Montoya, the number 2 car, driving for Roger Penske, the Indianapolis 500-mile race champion. Warmed up at 215.1 miles an hour, and now is facing the white flag at the completion of his first lap. That first lap comes in at 217.872 miles an hour, enough to push Ed Carpenter down to the second row, but not enough to get around his teammate, Will Power. Mark James.
Midpoint of the back straightaway for Juan Montoya, high up against the outside retaining wall. He's about 6 inches off of the white line at the bottom of the left side, already through the double dog leg. Indy 500 champion Juan Montoya.
Checkered flag comes out. He completes the run. The second lap at 217.188. Average speed 217.530 miles an hour. Good enough for the moment to put him on the outside of the front row, Davey.
Yeah, not bad run. Probably not what he expected, but a little surprised, back when, just not very long ago, qualifying here, Paul, you were on the white line the entire way around this racetrack. I mean, the straightaways, the corners, just trying to make the smallest circle possible. But all I could say, and some of these drivers may be able to tell us why they're not doing that, but it must just be binding the car up a little bit, or they just don't have enough grip to stay down there, and it loses speed, so to gain speed, even though it's a shorter circle.
It was interesting, as I think I said earlier, that in the morning, of course, we don't know what they're working on. Working on racing, working on qualifying, but 3 of the Penske cars were right down the center of the track most of the way around. And then Simon Pagenaud would come down close to the line, but again, we don't know what the plan was. Whoever knows what Roger's doing, but it's usually very successful.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, he's been the team to beat for sure this year.
So next out on the track, the 83 car. That is Charlie Kimball as he moves to the speedway here, the high bank at 24 degrees. The transition off of that bank coming down to the pit lane is fairly severe, and the officials have warned the drivers once again, be really careful when you're making that transition down there because it can really throw you aside. And I guess, Davey, you probably know that.
We've all been there and all seen it. I've been fortunate enough, I've had my worst accident ever at this racetrack, but I've also had some great success at this racetrack, and that transition is not something that you want to mess with, and I've seen it many, many times where a guy got down a little bit too low, hit that big transition, and man, the car just goes completely out of control. So as much as you want to be down on the bottom, you don't want to be too far down that line.
Charlie Kimball, he has completed now his second of the 2 warm-up laps. The green flag flies, and Charlie Kimball is now on his qualification run. He comes very high into one, then drops down onto the line, stays down on the white line as he negotiates between 1 and 2, and then pulls high on the course down the backstretch.
Californian Charlie Kimball makes his way into the 3-4 complex. See about 1.5 feet off that line to the bottom of the racetrack. He'll slide it down the banking at the exit of turn number 4, get right to the bottom of the racetrack, then back to the middle and start finish.
And approaches turn 1 exactly the same way as on the last lap. His first lap comes in at 217.437 miles an hour. That will put him on the inside of the second row right now.
In terms of his groove, Paul, very consistent with the line as Charlie Kimball. Yep, up the same entry point at turn number 3, about the same distance off the line to the exit of 4.
And he comes to the checkered flag, flashes across that line. The time for the second lap is in. It's 217.209 miles an hour, about a 2/10 drop off. And he stays in the position that he was at the end of lap 1 of his qualifying. That is, he is currently on the inside of the second row. Front row at the moment, provisionally, is Will Power on the pole. His teammate Juan Montoya second quick. And then Charlie Kimball just got the inside of 2. And Ed Carpenter is on the outside of 2. Stefano Coletti the inside of turn number 3. So now we're beginning to get some representation, and yet, Davey, when I look at the speeds, there's quite a bit of variety there from 18 down to 211.
You know, sometimes we would only see a 4-mile-an-hour difference really from the fastest to the slowest. So that's just all I'd say is, like Ed said, it probably the most accurate is, hey, these are new body kits. We need to figure these body kits out to make sure that they, that it's handled properly. Speed's one thing, but you have to have them handled. And wow, it's a little surprising the big difference right now. And I think we got Montoya downstairs, huh?
Yeah, Juan Pablo Montoya, a good bit faster than you were in practice earlier. Are you pretty happy with the speed you found in the car?
We're a little better, not where we need to be, but I mean, it's a work in progress.
What are you missing? What do you think you need to have to be able to get to victory lane here tomorrow night?
A good handling car, the qualifying is very different, but I mean, we're finding a direction with the car that is good, just need to be a little more consistent.
All right, good luck to you.
Thank you.
All right, there's Montoya.
And while he put it behind him, that incident to restart with a couple other drivers that jumped him back at Detroit a week ago, he's talked to the officials about it. I don't think he's really satisfied with the results, but nevertheless, he says that is what it is. Things go on. Tony Kanaan is on the track. He just completed his first lap qualifying, 217.647 miles an hour. That's going to put him on the outside of the front row if he can stay there. What's going on, though?
And how about this? He stays on the bottom of the racetrack going down that back straightaway, and that's the first guy that's done that.
Mark James, I'm going to go back to you, even though he's crossing the line right now, and he completes that run at 217.028. The average is 217.337. You saw him when he approached down the backstretch. Does that supply you a little bit?
Yeah, it did, because it's the first guy that we've seen do that, but it's all in the setup and the driver preference, no question. And one thing's for sure, Tony Kanaan, regardless of where he starts, especially on super speedways, Paul, you know he's going to be a contender come this Saturday night shootout at Texas Motor Speedway.
Nick Yeoman, how about Charlie Kendall?
Charlie Kimball, 4th quickest out of the 6 cars so far. Okay, do you want a car that's fast? Do you want a car that's stable? What are you looking for? Is it a combination of both?
Yeah, you definitely want both out of the car. I think the 11-Mirror Flex Touch car was pretty good there on the qualifying run. Had a little more understeer than I might have liked, but overall, really happy with the car. I think for in practice, the Novo Nordisk team, we spent a lot of time working on the race car. We might have missed it a little bit with the weather conditions. The track temp's quite hot, but overall I'm pretty happy with that run.
That is Charlie Kimball. He talked about that track temperature, Paul. Again, up around 133 degrees. Quite warm here in the Lone Star State.
On the track now, Joseph Newgarden, who is one of our winners this year. His warm-up at 212.979 miles an hour. And as he starts his qualification run, we'll keep an eye on him. We start with Mark James.
Joseph Newgarden really close to the left side. It's about as close as anybody that we have seen. However, pretty high against the outside retaining wall off of 4.
And his first lap comes in 216.830 miles an hour. That's going to put him on the inside of row 3. Right down along the white line, comes up to about the center of the racetrack as he heads for 3.
A low between 1 and 2. In fact, he all but disappeared from our view. Don't know that he gets quite that low between 3 and 4. Again, though, the car sweeps high, gets to the bottom of the racetrack through the double dog leg to the start-finish line.
Yeah, you're right. It looked like he was a little higher as he came off of turn 4 then. The second lap, 215.593 miles an hour. That is the inside of the third row, and it's, of course, all provisional.
All provisional right now, but you can tell whose teammates, right? Ed Carpenter turns a lap of 216, or an average speed of 216.197. His teammate right next to him at 216.210. Almost identical times out of those two teammate cars.
Yeah, right together there. So the qualifying continues. This is for the Firestone 600 on the air here tomorrow night from the Texas Motor Speedway. Eastern time, we'll be on the air at 8 o'clock to start the festivities getting underway at this really incredible facility that we have seen over the 27 previous races, some rather fantastic racing. In fact, Mark James has been here for all 27 of them. Mark, congratulations. The streak continues.
And thanks, Paul. One of my favorite visits, that's for sure. And you were talking to our driver analyst, and I remember being the guy that was lucky. I don't know if lucky is the right word or not. I'm walking up pit road with the runner-up finisher in 1997, and I said, hey, you might want to hurry up and get to victory lane. Apparently, your boss just helped Ari Leyendijk out of victory lane, and it was you, Davey. That was quite a weekend.
Yeah, that was crazy. I got second here several times, 2 or 3 times, I think, Paul, or Mark, and I do remember that. And I remember going into that victory lane and driving for A.J. Foyt. And he was coming out of victory lane. He goes, son, I think I'm going to jail. So I didn't know quite what happened, Mark, but we found out later that him and Ari had his hand slipped and accidentally got Ari and knocked him in some bushes.
It was totally incidental contact, no question. The video replay has showed that repeatedly, David. That's very well put.
Well, I'll tell you what, when you look at the video, it just looked like a quick little slap, but Ari later said, oh, no, it wasn't a slap. He really cleaned me out on that one. Elio Castroneves is on the course right now. Brad Gilley.
Tony Kanaan, no stranger to victory lane at Texas. Did the car feel like you wanted it to out there? Is it fast?
Yeah, it was okay. I mean, not as fast as we wanted it to be, but qualifying here, it's such an unknown. So we had one qualifying run this morning, and we chose the gears that we wanted it to run in the car, and I think it was a little bit off, but it is what it is. We'll see what's going to happen by the time we finish here.
All right, there's Tony Kanaan.
Elio Castroneves, he warmed up at 216.3 miles an hour. He is on lap number 1 of his 2-lap qualification run, Mark.
Elio Castroneves already off of turn number 4, and he sees that white flag wave, Paul. 1 lap in the books.
First lap, 218.603 miles an hour. Again, he's close down on the white line through 1 and 2. In fact, he just barely pulls high of the white line as he goes down the backstretch.
Yep, still about the same line for Elio Castroneves. It's one thing that has impressed me, Paul, these drivers take pretty consistent lines. Much different. They get to the high side on the warm-ups, but once they get into qualifying mode, they keep the same groove.
Elio Castroneves completes his second lap, 217.538. That is good enough to put Elio Castroneves on the outside of the front row. Nick?
Everyone chasing the Penske cars 1, 2, 3 right now in qualifying. Joseph Newgarden, 6th out of the 8 cars that have qualified. Well, I talked to your owner and teammate Ed Carpenter. He wasn't quite sure about why the struggles this morning and now in qualifying. Can you pinpoint it?
Oh, well, I don't know. I think people, if they think we were struggling this morning, it's probably because we didn't do a qual sim. I think we were probably the only team that didn't do a qual sim, so that's why you're seeing us jump up quite a bit. Still not good enough. I mean, we're not where we need to be, but that happens, You show up and you're not good enough. It's hard to make it a lot better in a 1-hour session. So we're just kind of got our backs against the wall, but we'll keep fighting. We got a great team at CFH Racing, and it's a long night tomorrow, so we'll just put our heads down and see what we can get out of it.
Appreciate it. That's Hendersonville, Tennessee's Joseph Newgarden, Paul.
8 cars are now qualified. On the track, the gal that got the call on Tuesday for this ride, none other than Pippa Mann. She is on the track and looking at a green flag. Green flag comes out for Pippa. She is on lap number 1, warmed up at 212.870. Now she goes into turn 1. She too comes down on the white line, stays there through turn 2, and then comes wide as she comes onto the backstretch.
Several years now, she's had her starts confined to oval racing, and Pippa Mann very excited when we talked to her earlier this week about getting the call from Dale Coyne. Had a pretty consistent practice run this morning, Paul.
First lap in for Pippa Mann, 215.025 miles an hour. Good enough for the outside of the 4th row and ahead of Coletti if she can keep that pace up down the backstretch.
Pretty consistent run for Pippa Mann. Pretty close to the outside retaining wall, the midway point of the back straightaway. The left sides, I think, kissed the line a little bit in the apex of 3. Clean exit of 4 for Pippa Mann.
It's the checkered flag. She flies under it right now, and the second lap, 214. So it fell off almost 8 tenths for Pippa. 214. 214.285 miles an hour. Her average 214.654, and she is on the outside of row 2, at least for the moment.
Right now, yeah, Coletti just seems that they're the ones that struggle the most. They're the one pretty far off the pace, but like I say, it's his first time here. He's a rookie, and this is not an easy place. But Pippa put it in the outside of the 4th row as out of the 9 cars right now.
So Pippa Mann is in this field as the qualifying continues for the Firestone 600 here at Texas Motor Speedway. Texas World is an old track down north of Houston at College Station. The 15 car, that is Graham Rahal. He has taken his first pass by. He is on his warm-up now and looking for a green flag. This kid who has had a really good run the past several races and is expected to step up quickly. He seems a lot happier with the way things are going for him. Of course, he should be, because the improvement has been vast for Graham Rahal, who sees that green flag. Graham Rahal starts it. He drops to the inside almost immediately, gets down right on that white line. Left side tire is almost on the line all the way through. Starts to come high coming off of 2 and points down the back straight.
Not sure the left side didn't get below the white line, Paul. I tell you what, I love this paint scheme with My Jack and Steak and Shake, because I can see it from very far away. He was about 3 feet off the line to the bottom of the racetrack upon exit that time through 3 and 4.
His first lap comes in at 217.697 miles an hour. Once again, yeah, you may be right on, if not below the white line. He comes off of turn 2, points down the back straightaway. 217.6 his current lap.
Let's see if his line through here is the same. A little lower upon entry, but again, the car washes out just a little bit between 3 and 4. Clean exit for Graham Rahal.
Checkered flag for Graham Rahal. His second lap, 217.180. Like everyone else, falls off just a bit on the second lap. Probably the temperatures and the tires owing to that. And Rahal, though, with that run, averages 217.438 miles an hour. And for the moment, that puts him on the outside of the second row. Nice run for Graham.
Nice run for Honda as well, Paul. I mean, Chevrolet domination here lately. That puts that Honda team. The first 3 are Chevrolets. Obviously, the first 3 is the Roger Penske team. But then it's nice to see a Honda trying to get back and competitive.
The next car out is the 5 car. This time in the cockpit is Ryan Briscoe. Brad?
Right now, Team Penske occupying the top 3 spots. Helio Castroneves second quick out of that group. You guys are getting greedy here at Texas. What do you think? A lot of fast cars.
Yeah, no, right now, 4 great drivers, 4 good cars, and well, I don't know about 4 good drivers. At least myself, I stay out of that. I'm just following those guys. But the good news is we have a great group of guys, and we keep putting ourselves, pushing each other to make sure that we find the best machine out there, and we go from there. So it was really close qualifying between ourselves, and that's the bad part. The good part, we're bunched up, so hopefully Pagano also going to go up there.
Almost halfway through qualifying, Helio Castroneves second quick. Nick Yeoman.
Ryan Briscoe finishing up his warm-up lap. We'll catch up with Pippa Mann. I know the bumps and bruises are still there from Indy, but how happy were you when you got the call to drive this car this week?
I was so happy. I couldn't stop jumping up and down on my good foot for quite a long time after Dale gave me that phone call.
Which one's the good foot?
The left foot, unfortunately. The right one's getting a bit of a workout, so it might be a little sore by the end of the race tomorrow, but I'm just so happy to be here.
We're glad to see you. Pippa Mann wraps up her qualifying run as Ryan Briscoe is on the clock ball page.
And so you say, why Ryan Briscoe when this car was occupied by Connor Daly a week ago? It's real simple. He is a winner here. He has podium finishes here. He knows this track very well. Qualifying, though, his first lap came in at 2:14.282, and he is off of 2 down the backstretch on his second qualifying lap.
High against the outside retaining wall, just a couple of feet off. In fact, he'll glide it to the bottom of the racetrack between 3 and 4. Doesn't quite get to the white line at the bottom of the racetrack. Very, very close to the outside retaining wall on exit.
And he is complete. Checker flag flies. Second lap, 2:16.050. Inside of the 5th row with an average of 215.162 miles an hour.
If there's one thing Firestone's learned over its 100 years in racing, it's that if you don't keep moving forward, you're going to get left behind. So even though Firestone has more Indy 500 wins than any other tire on the planet, we're always more concerned with what we've done for you lately. That's why we're constantly trying to make our tires stronger, last longer, and handle better than ever. And we bring that same commitment to every tire we make, whether it's for the racetrack or for the open road. Whatever you drive, drive a Firestone.
On the track now, the team and driver that had their car into the wall. The only incident we had during the morning practice session, the only practice session they've had, and that, of course, is Ryan Hunter-Reay. But it looks resplendent. That blue is just sparkling under this Texas sun as he comes around, looks for the green flag to start his qualifying run. There's the green flag. He is on the run. He warmed up low at 209.676 miles an hour. He comes a little high into one, gets down right on the line, off at 2, stays there down, now moves over to the center of the racetrack, but he still stays to the left.
Ryan Hunter-Reay was sixth quick when he had that visit to the outside retaining wall. Gets to the white line at the bottom of 3 and then brushes it back up high between 3 and 4 pole.
First lap in at 215.177 miles an hour. Good enough to put him currently on the outside of row number 5. Already he is through 1 and 2 on the second lap of his qualifying.
Middle of the racetrack at the midway point of the back straightaway. Gets to the bottom now. This time the left sides touch it. Then they start to sweep up a little bit as he climbs up the banking and in and out of 4.
Checkered flag for Ryan Hunter-Reay, and the second lap, 214.934 miles an hour. He currently sits on the outside of row 5. Brad Gilly.
Graham Rahal currently 4th quick right now. Big smile and handshake from your father, Bobby. Does that mean you guys are pretty happy with those laps?
Yeah, they were good laps for us. To be up at a 217 was really solid, and I'm just proud of this team. Everybody's working very hard to get the MyJack car up there this weekend. Do the absolute best we can. Obviously, points are a big focus right now, and starting up towards the front with these boys is exactly where we need to be.
Again, Graham Rahal currently 4th quick. Nick Yeoman.
Let's catch up with Ryan Briscoe as Gabby Chavez warms up out of the racetrack. Ryan Briscoe unofficially 9th right now out of the 12 cars. Ryan, good to see you back at the racetrack. Let's talk about this effort full-time now. You're not just jumping in the race car last second like you were a couple weeks ago. How big is it to be back in this car for Schmidt-Peterson?
Yeah, it's great. I mean, it's a great team, and they're really looking after me, so it's good to have a full weekend here. First qualifying run of the year, so it was okay. I really thought I'd be able to run it on the higher line and keep it free and get a faster lap that way, but I saw my first lap was just way off the pace running the high line. So the second lap I brought it down to the white line and we're a couple of mile an hour quicker. So wish I could go back and do that again. But hopefully we have a good car in the race. It's just good to be going through the normal process, on a race weekend. And as I said, great team to be working with and hope to do them proud.
Good to see you back. Ryan Briscoe done with qualifying, Paul Page.
Gabby Chavez, the 98 car, first lap, 215.223 miles an hour. Already is into the view of Mark Janes.
Graduate of the Mazda Road to Indy Series. Last year's Indy Lights presented by Cooper Tires champion. That's Gabby Chavez. Good looking race car. Understated in terms of his decor, Paul, but perhaps that's what makes it so very attractive.
Yeah, I'm wondering, though, since it's mostly black, how warm it might be in that cockpit. The second lap, 215.069 miles an hour. The average, 215.146, and that is going to push Hunter-Reay down to row 6 and put Gabby Chavez on the outside of row number 5. So we're seeing speeds, Davey, kind of all over the place still. I'm not surprised. That seemed the way it went in the morning session as well.
Yeah, it is surprising. The ones, everybody's pretty, you got to remember, 12th quick right now, Pippa is a 2:14.6, and the fast time is a 2:18.5. So there's that 4 mile an hour that we usually see amongst the whole field. There's only one car out of that right now, and that's Coletti. So, it's kind of where they line up. But you got to remember, the racing and then the draft and handling on this super fast track is so important that the long race, this doesn't mean anything. This is just a starting spot, and you can start last and win this thing. But let me tell you, you always want to start up front if you can in any race.
On the track now, a man who we know is fully capable of catching a pole position here, and that is none other than the driver for A.J. Foyt, the 14 car, and it is Takuma Sato that is on the racetrack now. He has just crossed the start-finish line. This is his warm-up lap. He, too, on this warm-up stays way, way down. He comes onto the backstretch, and he pulls fairly high off of the backstretch and is into turn 3.
Paul, it's interesting when Takuma Sato first left Formula One and came to the Verizon IndyCar Series, some questions as to how he would adapt to ovals, and he quickly said Iowa. That little bull ring was one of his favorite racetracks. He's shown plenty of pace on the ovals throughout his IndyCar Series career.
Yeah, and he has shown a great deal of verve. 215.242 miles an hour. That's his warm-up. He's on lap 1.
I don't know if some of his competitors would call that verve or not. want. They ought to have a little bit different verbiage for that. But yeah, clean exit off of turn number 4. Car looks pretty fast through 3 and 4, in fact.
White flag, lap number 1, 216.839 miles an hour. That'll put Sato on the inside of the 4th row if he can hang on to it. Right down along that line again, comes onto the backstretch, and again, he pulls up fairly high and heads for turn 3.
Let's see if he hugs the bottom in 3 and 4 like he did 1 and 2. Yep, I think the left front anyway touched the white line to the bottom of the racetrack, well off the outside retaining wall to the exit of 4 and the entrance to the double dog leg.
Takuma Sato, 216.533. His average is 216.686 inside of the 4th row. Nick?
Always interested to catch up with our rookie drivers the first time they get to tool around here at Texas Motor Speedway. Gabby Chavez, you had that practice session certainly this morning, then qualifying. What do you think of this place?
Yeah, it's fun. I enjoy it. I just having fun, man. This is it's fast. It's certainly tricky at the same time, but I think the guys are doing a great job. We had a bit of a rough moment in practice, had a wheel break on us, so kind of halted our progress, and then we just had a big balancing. Luckily I think we made the right changes to fix that. I think we're just probably a little bit too on the conservative side for qualifying speed, but I think we'll have a good race car.
I'd appreciate it. Gabby Chavez, 11th out of the 14 qualified cars so far.
Will Power, he came out first. He set the benchmark. He still remains provisionally on the pole, 218.519 miles an hour. That's the mark he's looking for. Speaking of Mark, Marco Andretti is on the track right now, and he's got a special interest here because his sponsor, Snapple, their headquarters is here, and they've got some people out at this track enjoying the day. White flag comes out, green flag comes out for Marco Andretti. He warmed up at 213.001 miles an hour. Already he's over on the backstretch.
Snapple Strawberry Kiwi I used to wet my whistle last night during the NBA Finals, in fact, Paul Page. Marco Andretti carrying that yellow and blue livery for Snapple. Pretty good exit off of turn number 4, looking to get a top 10 start here, if not the pole.
First lap complete for Marco, 217.083 miles an hour. That's good enough for the inside of the 4th row. He too stays down along the line now as he comes onto the backstretch and heads for turn 3 and Mark.
Snake bitten a bit here over the years. Onboard fires, you name it. He's always been bad fast, looking for a good finish and trying to stay in the hunt for a championship as Marco Andretti.
Checkered flag out, second lap, 216.668. His average, 216.876. Marco Andretti is inside of the 4th row. Yeah, last year he passed on the first lap several cars, and all of a sudden at the end of the lap had a fire. Let's go to Nick.
At Takuma Sato, 8th out of the 15 cars so far. Boy, how big was that second race in Detroit? I mean, you were flying through that field. I assume the spirits have to be pretty high after that great run.
It was very good. Yeah, it's a good boost for the team and everybody. The morale is really high, and bear in mind this is obviously our home race for the Texas team base, so it's a good one.
All right, that is Takuma Sato done with his qualifying run, Paul.
So this qualifying is moving along pretty quick, Davey, and yet we're looking at a wide variety of times and speeds, and we haven't yet kind of hit really a pattern except the Penske pattern, which is Will Power is provisionally on the pole. His teammate Castro Neves is outside. Juan Montoya is in the 2nd row. Sage Karam, the number 8 car, is out now.
Sage, we'll see. He had a tough week last week in Detroit. Him and that 41 car of Hawksworth just couldn't stay apart from each other and got a few penalties, but that's a new up-and-comer right here in the Chip Ganassi car, and Sage is one guy that can get it done. But as you talk about Penske domination, guess what? The guy that was fastest in practice, the other Penske car, is going to be next out. I'm anxious to see what he could do.
Sage starts his run, but how about Ryan Hunter-Ray? Brad Gilly.
Ryan Hunter-Ray standing here on the pit road. Practice got a little bit short because of an incident off turn 2, but the car got fixed. You went out there and qualified it. Obviously not the speed that you wanted out of it, but did you feel something in there that may give you hope for tomorrow night's race?
Well, we knew we were going to miss it by a bunch for qualifying because we had to be very conservative with the car. When you get the car in the wall like that, you put new stuff on it, having never been hot yet and never really taking a set, you don't know where it's going to come in once it gets stressed on the racetrack. So we had to be conservative with everything, including our downforce level, and it's as we expected at the moment. So has nothing to do with how we're going to race tomorrow. Hopefully we'll get this DHL Honda up front.
All right, good luck to you.
Thanks.
All right, there's Ryan Hunter-Ray, guys.
And Sage Karam takes the checkered flag. His qualification is complete. complete. First lap 2:16.993. Second lap 2:16.848. The average 2:16.920. And like several before him, he goes to the inside of the fourth row.
And how about this? So you got teammates Will Power, El Castroneves, and Juan Pablo Montoya, 1, 2, 3. But then you got Tony Kanaan, Charlie Campbell, Sage Karam, also 3 teammates, 5th, 6th, and 7th. So these teammates, they get their cars just almost identical, and they just hang on for qualifying.
Well, as Sage Karam brings it into the pits, the next car out, but still holding at the head of the pit row, will answer all of the Penske questions for us, because it is the 22 car of Simon Pagenaud in red and white livery this weekend. I think we mentioned that Elio Castroneves is back in the white and blue livery of the Auto Club. Montoya, same as he was last week. So now we wait to see, as Simon Pagenaud heads out to the track, whether or not he can get one of those top 4 positions and make it Penske the top 2 rows here at the track.
And I don't know what the holdup is. Look at a guy leaning in the car. Looks like they got it figured out. Oh, you know what? Some of these guys just making sure that the temps are up before they go. Obviously, he had it run and got the temps ready to go. He is off and on track, Paul.
So here he comes. This is Simon Pagenaud, who, of course, has done a lot with the Penske team opportunity that he has been given. And now, again, facing a super speedway and beginning to warm up. Let's go down to Nick.
Well, Marco Andretti currently 8th quick. In fact, row 4 is all Nazareth, Pennsylvania. That's kind of interesting. You had a really good weekend in Detroit. Do you feel like this group really making the strides to get back to where they need to be after the early struggles with Honda?
I think I'm really happy with the 27 crew in particular. Yeah, I think we're really maximizing as much as best as we can in situations. Yeah, I mean, you know, all we can do is the best we can, and you know, I think we just got to keep plugging. It's all we can do.
All right, appreciate it. It's Marco Andretti, and the driver that bumped him down to 8th is standing by with Brad Gilly.
That's right. Sage Karam right now currently sitting 7th on the scoreboard. Just put his helmet back in the duffel bag. What did you think of that lap out there? Seems like you were a lot better than you were in practice earlier.
Yeah, no, pretty good. You know, this is my first time here at Texas Motor Speedway, so this morning was just really getting comfortable, higher downforce levels compared to my teammates, and I really liked that qualifying. You know, it was good. We trimmed out a lot compared to this morning, but, you know, I'm still a little bit more downforce than my teammates, so that's why I wasn't able to go up a bit higher, I think. But the car felt really nice to drive. There's still a few good guys left, so I'm sure we'll get, you know, push down the lineup a little bit, but hopefully we can stay within the top 10. I'll be happy with that, and that's something to work with.
All right, there's Sage Karam.
Simon Pagenaud just went quick overall. Pagenaud, his first lap, 2:18.744 miles an hour. If he can hold on, he has got himself a pole position here at Texas. Either way, for the moment at least, the Penske team has the top 4 positions. Pagenaud drops off on the second lap, though. His second lap comes in at 2:18.139. That drops his average to 2:18.441 and moves him to the second position. Will Power still has the pole.
The first guy out, still hanging on, watching every car go out, but I think he's safe at this point. I really do. There could be some guys that beat him, but I think he's pretty safe at this point. But how about Penske taking the first 2 rows at this point? And by the way, Will Power to 2:18.519, Simon Pagenaud to 2:18.441. Paul, you know how that close that is over 2 laps?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's an increment,
yeah.
An inch or 2.
Yeah, so pretty impressive.
So Will Power still on the pole, though Simon Pagenaud, for just a few seconds, had an opportunity to take him off of the pole. The 19 car of Tristan Vautier is on the track now. And warming up, Vautier, who is in the, of course, the 19 car. That's the team car to Pippa Mann this weekend. And he, though stepping in, remember, at the Indianapolis 500 and qualified 2 cars, stepping in, and he's really showed his worth in doing so. He is now on the track, warmed up at 212.668 miles an hour, and is on his first of the 2 qualifying laps as he points down the backstretch.
Dominated in the year he won the championship in the Indy Lights Series. Spent a year in the Verizon IndyCar Series. Last year did a lot of TV for the Mazda Road to Indy TV folks. Tristan Vautier, pretty good run at Detroit last weekend, all in all, Paul.
That first lap, 215.985 miles an hour. That puts him inside of row 7. We right now have, with the completion of this run, 18 cars qualified.
Turn number 3, Vautier sets up for it, slides down the banking between 3 and 4. He's well off the white line to the bottom of the racetrack. No problems through the double dog leg to the bottom of the racetrack, back to the start-finish line.
Completes the second of his 2-lap qualifying. Second lap, 2:15.873. The average, 2:15.929, and that will put him on the inside of the 7th row. A winner from 1 week ago, Sebastian Bourdais, now rolls out on the track, and we'll see what he can do with this. Of course, he's certainly traveling on a high after that win, and long awaited after all of his success in Champ Car and everything, and then have to wait so long to finally get that win here.
Yeah, it was exciting for him, Paul. I can say all of the wins he had in Champ Car, going over to Formula One, giving that a try, coming back, just kind of dabbling with the IndyCar series and running some road courses. Didn't really care for the ovals too much, but then he decided to go full time. Excited. It was like his first win. He was excited last week like that was his first win. You always got to love that, a guy that has a bunch, but you never knew when that next was going to come. And crazy day in Detroit with the rains and everything that happened, but in the day, he got the check and the trophy. Nick?
Sebastian Bourdais, we go to Nick.
Yeah, let's catch up with Simon Pagenaud. Boy, it was trekking good. That first lap was good. How different does that second lap feel compared to the first? Because that seemed like that's where you lost it.
Yeah, no, it didn't feel much different. The car was really good. It was consistent. I just tried to shorten the distance. Maybe I scrubbed too much speed, It's that balance that you got to find. I'm just happy. The guys, it's a good reward for Team Penske. They're doing such a good job, and all 4 cars are up front. So right now, yeah, it's fun, man. They're giving us good cars, and we're the lucky drivers, to be honest.
If it holds, he'll start on the outside of row number 1, Paul Page.
Bourdais, his first lap, 2:15.431 miles an hour, outside of the 7th row, at least for the moment. Sebastian Bourdais on the race course. He comes through turn 4. The checkered flag is ahead. We'll see what this second lap is and what it does to his average. 2:15.176, average 2:15.303. He stays on the outside of row number 7, Sebastian Bourdais. We're beginning to run down to the end of the line now. Next up will be Jack Hawksworth. But when we look back in that line, there's one car especially, that's the number 9 of Scott Dixon, who was very quick this morning for the longest time. If somebody could take Will Power off the pole, he could very well be it. He's up in just 3 cars, and we'll see him roll out onto this speedway here. Again, the temperatures are high. The sky is partly cloudy for the most track here at the Speedway. We've got solid sun shining down on the racetrack, and that's taking the track temperature up just a bit, but it seems like the Firestone Firehawks are handling that well. We've seen the typical fall off from the first lap to the second, but like we say, that's typical.
Yeah, it's typical, and I think every car has dropped off on that second lap, which that's just a typical thing. Usually you slow down a little bit. Now, some guys try to play the game, which sometimes it works, Paul, is not go so hard on your warm-up lap and save your tires to where maybe your second lap and your first lap could be almost exactly the same. But normally, they'll slow down for the first 2-3 laps, and then they'll get get leveled out, let's say, and kind of run the same times. But Firestone does such a great job with, especially the super speedways on tires.
Back down to the pit road, and Brad.
Tristan Vautier right now 13th on the speed chart. You had a pretty good car in practice as well. What are you looking for in the next practice that's going to help you for tomorrow's race?
The next practice is clearly about the race car. This morning was as well. We just did a little qualifying sim, I think same as everyone, I was hoping we would have a little more speed, to be honest with you. Car felt a little bit better than P13, but we're a flat all the way around, and you cross the line, and that's the speed you got, right? So it's okay. We just focus on the race. I mean, there's a lot of things happening here in the race, and hopefully we'll have a good package for tomorrow.
All right, flat all the way around. I don't think you can ask for much more than that. There's Christian Vautier.
Jack Hawksworth, the 41 car of A.J. Foyt. He warmed up at 213.64 miles an hour. Pretty healthy warm-up. He finishes the first lap of his qualifying, 2:15.802, and that puts him on the outside of the 7th row, and Bourdais down to the 8th row. Already Hawksworth on the backstretch.
Sometimes Jack Hawksworth finds himself in the middle of a mess, to be quite honest with you. Still continuing the roller coaster ride that's indicative of a guy who stars on the rise. All in all, we think his future's bright, Paul Page.
And so Hawksworth, as he crosses the line the second time, his qualification run complete, 215.439 miles an hour, and he remains on the outside of row number 7. James Jakes will be the next car out. He will be followed by Scott Dixon, and then the last car to head out will be the 26 car of Carlos Munoz driving for the Andretti stable. But at the moment, the attention is on that 7 car of James Jakes.
Up on the track, Paul. Bright silver car that Jakes has, and we've seen him up and down. Matter of fact, he could have won the NOLA race, another crazy race, with rains and yellows and short race, but he had enough fuel if the race would have went any distance at all. I think he had the strategy to win that race and ended up second with that Schmidt-Peterson Motorsports car. And this is a guy that missed last year, but he wants to be in the series full time. He's getting stronger and stronger and getting used to this team. And let's go down to Nick and see what he's got.
Yeah, let's talk with Sebastian Bourdais, who was an IROC winner here at Texas a long time ago. I heard a lot of drivers that have talked about setting their cars up for the race. Some drivers have talked about doing qualifying sims earlier today. Where are you at right now?
Yeah, I mean, we tried one quali sim this morning and we aborted because too much traffic and we had a front end roll bar issue. So we really didn't get a read, and so we didn't feel like going too aggressive for qualifying, having no read, and we just got too conservative. So didn't take enough downforce out of the car.
I have to confirm something. Was that your dad that hit you up on his shoulders there after you won last week?
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
That is Sebastian Bourdais, currently 15th quick on the speed charts, Paul.
James Jakes on the track now, warmed up at 214.165 miles an hour, completes the first lap at 217.594. That may break up the Penske domination of the front rows. Currently, he is on the outside of row number 2.
He was quietly consistent during that practice session, Paul. He was among the top 10 throughout. James Jakes with a solid line, bottom of the racetrack, all the way around this Texas Motor Speedway.
Let's see what this second lap does for him. 216.139. That falls off badly and drops him all the way down to the outside of row number 5.
Wow.
Man, to go from the top and then drop down that quick. Any ideas that's something different? Something happened there?
Well, I don't know. Just that first lap, he must have hit it just right, no scuff. But boy, we haven't seen a drop off that much. Now we've seen a gain that much by his teammate Ryan Briscoe, who tried that really high line the first lap, which does not work around here. And then seeing that he was way off the pace, moved down, and he gained as much time as Jake's lost. But that's pretty surprising. I'll be honest with you. That's a big drop.
The colors on the number 9 car of Scott Dixon, the Target Chip Ganassi car this year, this particular race, helping out the Energizer side of that franchise onto the backstretch. This is the guy that I think we all think if there is going to be a change in the front of this field, he's probably the only one left to do it. Though I hate to say that with Carlos Munoz being the last guy and waiting in line right now. But here comes Scott Dixon. He starts his warm-up lap. He stays in the middle of the track now on the warm-up. He still hasn't picked the pace up all that much, so he's saving those tires as he comes down the backstretch. How about Jack Hawksworth while we watch this warm-up?
Right now, P15 on the scoreboard. Is that about what you thought it was? Did it feel like that out to you in qualifying, or did you feel faster?
No, I mean, the stopwatch doesn't lie, right? And that was where we were. So, it wasn't too bad. We didn't really get to do any qualifying running this morning, so we just kind of trimmed out, and that was where we were. So, not too bad, but always would have liked to have been a little bit further up, obviously.
All right, well, have fun in practice. Good luck tomorrow night.
Thank you.
All right, Jack Hawksworth, guys.
Scott Dixon, he warmed up at 207.609 miles an hour. He is completing lap number 1 of the 2 laps of the qualifying here. That first lap comes in at 217.711, and again, he moves into the Penske front rows. He is now outside the front row, pushing Montoya down to the 3rd.
Yep, a little faster than Montoya, but not quite as fast as Elio. We've seen a drop-off on lap number 2. Will that happen to Scott Dixon? Well off the white line of the exit at turn 4.
And here he comes for the checkered flag. This qualification run is complete. Second lap, 217.111, and it drops him down to outside of the 3rd row. Penske still has the top 4 positions. Brad?
James Jakes, we thought you were going to break up the Penske top 4, but you came up just a bit short on that second lap. Did it feel any different to you?
Yeah, I think we would have done as well if we hadn't have got hard limiter going into 1. Yeah, a shame, but we got a good race car, so
we'll see what we can do in the race. But yeah, it's a shame because we had a good car. We just got hard limiter going into one, and that cost us really quite a good position there, I think.
All right, good luck to you tomorrow night.
Thank you.
James Jakes had a fast car on the first lap. Second lap, unfortunately, not enough to break up that Penske bunch.
And the last car of this qualifying session has rolled off of the pit road. It's already on the backstretch, and that is Carlos Munoz, the green and white number 26 car, driving for Andretti. And he comes through turn 4. We'll see what this first lap is when he gets around here and starts the warm-up. Warm-up is underway. He goes way high as he enters turn 1, then comes down, brings it down, not quite to the line. He touches it just a little bit as he approaches turn 2, and then moves pretty much down the middle of the track.
Right smack dab in the middle of the back straightaway, Carlos Munoz. A little later entry to the bottom of the racetrack in turn number 3 for Munoz. That green and white Andretti TV livery. Carlos Munoz sees the green flag.
Here we go. The final qualification attempt of the day for the Firestone 600 here tomorrow night. And Carlos Munoz is down along the line, comes off, and this time moves again over to the middle of the track, going into 3.
Yep, no change for Carlos Munoz in terms of his line. About a foot off the white line with the left sides. He hugs it all the way around and then makes the wide exit at turn number 4.
His first lap complete. It goes into the books at 2:18.089 miles an hour inside of the second row, if he can stay there. Others have tried breaking up Penske. They haven't been able to do that.
Kid made the motorsports world sit up and take notice when he was a rookie at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Got his first win in Detroit, and again, a star on the rise. It's Carlos Munoz.
Can Munoz hold on? Can he maintain that position? He takes the checkered flag. The second lap is complete. 2:17.574. The average 2:17.831, and he does it. Munoz is on the outside of the second row. He moves Montoya to 3. Nick.
Yeah, he breaks up that Penske front 4, and that means Will Power is going to be our pole sitter today. Let's see if I can wave him over here. Will, congratulations. You had to wait out everybody, but ultimately you hold them all off. How good does this feel?
Yeah, I mean, I thought when I drew P1, I was like, oh, man. But, you know, the track didn't change much. It's, you know, it kind of just got cool now with the cloud going over. But, yeah, really happy for the Verizon car. And see what we can do tomorrow night.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Another pole position for Will Power. That number 1 car, Paul, getting used to being at the top of the charts. He'll lead him to the green tomorrow night here at Texas.
Especially accustomed to that here at Texas Motor Speedway. The Firestone 600. Again, we will be on the air at 8 o'clock Eastern Time tomorrow evening. There is another IndyCar practice, albeit a short one, later today. That's at 7:45 Eastern Time. If you're in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, that, of course, is Central Time Zone 6:45. So Will Power has himself a pole position once again. Interesting, though, qualifying session, Davey Hamilton, because the numbers, well, down at the bottom, Coletti, 211, and the top is Will Power, 218.519 miles an hour.
Yeah, and I think, you know, it's usually been like a 4-mile-an-hour difference between in this field, and you really take Coletti out, and it is. It's just one guy that's off a little bit. But one impressive thing is I was getting ready to talk about how Penske 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, Munoz changed that story, so they're 1, 2, 3, and 5. But how about this? You got 7, 8, 9, and 10, all Ganassi cars. So it shows how these teammates really work together. It was really just Munoz and Graham Rahal, who was 4th and 6th, to get in between that Penske Ganassi, you know, domination. And by the way, both those guys are the only 2 in the top 10 with Honda.
Well, Brad Dixon, we expected a lot out of him, and he thought we were going to see it for a moment there, and then he fell off. He starts inside row 4.
Yeah, P7 for Scott Dixon in the number 9 car. And Scott, we know you can find your way to the front at Texas. What's it going to take to do that tomorrow night?
Yeah, I think it's for the most part, it's having a consistent car over the stint. You know, that's the hardest part, the degradation here and the amount that you slow down. You know, almost 15 miles an hour over a stint. So that's going to be key. But you know, obviously getting to the end of the race to start with is the big one. And you know, I've come up short here a few times, but you know, being quick. So you know, you got to get through that first part, and you know, hopefully we can have the right car at the end. Hopefully this Energizer car is going to be fast. It seems pretty good long runs so far. We'll have to wait and see what tomorrow brings.
You slowed off quite a bit from lap 1 to lap 2. I mean, qualifying. Is that how fast the fall off is here? Just one lap, you lose that much?
Yeah, qualifying you maybe see a little bit more just because, you know, you're trimming out, you're hundreds of pounds of less downforce than what you would typically race. So, over the 50-lap stint, you're still going to lose about 15 miles an hour. But, you know, we'll have to hopefully contain that some and keep that under control, and I think that's what will win you the race.
Good luck to you.
Thanks, man.
Again, Dixon, P7 here tonight.
So as we wait for one more opportunity, hopefully to talk with Carlos Munoz, let's give you the rundown as it is. Will Power has the pole. Simon Pagenaud outside of row 1. Row 2 is Helio Castroneves and Carlos Munoz. Juan Montoya is row 3. And Graham Rahal is on the outside of 3. The 4th row, Scott Dixon and Tony Kanaan, the teammate, side by side. Another teammate, Charlie Kimball, is on the inside of row number 5 with Sage Karam to the outside. Row 6 is Marco Andretti and James Jakes. The 7th row, Takuma Sato and Joseph Newgarden. The 8th row, Ed Carpenter, the defending champion, and Tristan Vautier is on the outside of the 8th row. And then row number 9 is Jack Hawksworth, and the outside of that row is the 11 car of Sebastian Bourdais. The 10th row is Ryan Briscoe and Chavez, then Ryan Hunter-Ray and Pippa Mann in 11, and Coletti alone in 12. Let's go to Nick.
Well, Carlos Munoz, boy, you made Will Power sweat a little bit. I was watching his face down there in the pit box. He had to think about it. Good run. You happy with that qualifying effort?
I don't think Will Power was looking at it a lot. You know, he did 2:18.5. He was 1 mile an hour quicker than me. I didn't, the first lap I thought was okay, but it's good to be the first on the class, at least it's not 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Penske is 1 and 3, and then the 4th is an Honda. But really, really happy. I think here it's quite important the qualifying. To stay in the front because it's so hard to pass here. But you have to have a good car for the race, a really constant car. It was good to have my teammates in front of me on qualifying. That's the good thing. Starting the last, you can see your teammates, how they do, what they do, which gear they do, and everything. So also thank them. That's good to have a lot of teammates in front of you, and tomorrow is a long race, so keep it clear the whole race.
Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
That is Carlos Munoz. Paul, our newest first-time winner, is going to start 4th. He broke up that Penske posse up in the top 5.
Oh, and he is having a good year. He certainly is going to be tough in this race as well. Mark James, your observation point for the race tomorrow night will be the same as it is right now, high above turn 4.
Lot different, Paul, than where we have been here in the past, but still a spectacular view no matter where you are here. Looking at the scoring pylon, anxious and interested to see if Honda can transfer this qualifying success they had today by qualifying 4th and 6th with Graham Rahal and Carlos Munoz over to a good race pace. I think that's the most important thing. The gains continue to come for Honda, certainly on the road and street courses. The question is, are those gains coming on the oval? We'll be set to answer those questions tomorrow night with Will Power and Simon Pagenaud on the front row at Texas Motor Speedway.
Thanks, Mark James. Davey Hamilton, 3 rookies in the field, Coletti, Karam, Chavez. If you were able to pull them aside right now, seeing what they did in qualifying, what kind of advice would you give them for tomorrow night?
Well, the biggest advice, this is a long race, Paul, and it changes so much from the start of the setup. When you got fresh tires, you're full of fuel, car feels pretty good, but as the race goes, they start slicking up, sliding around a little bit. Patience, because you never know what's going to happen here. But you got to just stay on top of your car. It's going to take changes throughout the night, and that communication to your crew chief and your engineer is going to be very, very important. So this is one of the most mentally challenging races we have, other than the Indianapolis 500.
I was going to say just exactly that. In many ways, it is probably more mentally fatiguing than it is physically.
Oh, without a doubt, no question about it. You're going faster on this place. Things happen quick. We've seen some unbelievable accidents. Unfortunately, I was in one of them, but we've just seen them as of lately. Crazy things can happen here, and we don't like seeing it, but you got to stay on top of these cars for sure.
The question that is still unanswered, but we'll find out tomorrow evening, is will they be able to race in groups, as Eddie Gossage, the lead guy here at this track, wanted to see, or as Graham Rahal told us in the early part of the practice earlier, that we're not going to see any group racing at all. That's one of the questions we're going to get answered tomorrow night.
We're going to get an answer tomorrow night, and I hope it's group racing, because that's what the fans want, that's what these drivers want, and it's exciting to watch. That's what we want, for excitement to be able to to tell the people on the radio and the fans what we're watching and seeing. It just makes it exciting. So we'll see what happens. You know, the last couple of years it's been pretty spread out. The cars have been a little bit too free and on top of the racetrack, but tomorrow's going to tell the story.
Well, next up here on the Advance Auto Parts Radio Network is the final practice, IndyCar practice at 7:45 Eastern Time. And then the race, of course, the Firestone 600 is on the air Saturday evening, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. I'm Paul Page. On behalf of the whole gang here, we thank you for joining us for this qualifying session. Look forward to seeing you at the practice later and without a doubt for the Firestone 600 tomorrow night. Have a good day.
IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network.
A.J. Foyt down the main straightaway. The checkered flag is out. A.J.'s hand in the air. He is the winner. A.J. Foyt at Indianapolis has won his fourth 500-mile race. A.J. Foyt, our winner. The flag will fly now for Tom Staba and then for Al Unser. We will be talking with all of these drivers in just a moment.
And we await A.J. Foyt along with a host of others, including Tony Holman, who is cheering as loudly as the crowd. We've seen what has never been seen before, beginning with a woman driving in the field in the morning and A.J. finishing 4 up front at Indianapolis. Headed into victory lane now, A.J. Foyt in the gleaming Gilmore 14 Coyote, the Gilmore Racing Team home, and he wins again.
And there's the checkered flag for Mark Donahue, winner of the 1972 Indianapolis 500-mile race.
Oh my goodness, we have 7, 8, 10 cars in a pack headed for one Jerry.
Well, you talk about the crowd getting on their feet. They do. So far, so good. They are nose to tail. A little bit of room. There's about an 8-car pack in front of Gary Lee right now.
Yeah, and in that pack, second place and third place. Little Al has gotten around Jack Villeneuve. He's back up to second, and now 2 cars separate second and third. Mr. Excitement is that youngster, that second-generation driver. We're impressed with Jack Villeneuve, but right now he's dropped to third. And there's Al Unser Jr., and then Bobby Rahal. Jack Villeneuve goes on the outside. He goes right. You can't go too wide in the turns. They're doing it today.
They sure are coming through 4. Now they go single file. Maybe they got a little scared last time. Who knows? But going through 4 this time, everybody's single. They come toward the main straightaway and Bob Jenkins.
That was just a breathtaking moment.
This is IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network. IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network.
John Andretti starts to close into the back of Mansell. So John Andretti, who will drive 2 races in one day, is having one incredible drive here this morning. John Andretti strong, trying to run down the line. Nigel Mansell, a very quiet month. And look here, they almost go 3 wide. Now they get down into single file. And Robbie Gordon now running strong. He had some handling problems early, but Robbie moving up through the field.
As they head through 4, the big battle right now, Boycel clears traffic and gets through very safely. And everyone, again, making it through 4 as they head toward 1 and Jerry Baker. Well, Mansell's found some running room all by his lonesome. Now we were watching Eddie Cheever. Man, he appears to be really flying out there. Oh, we got a bad crash in 1. 2 cars are gathered in. We've got a quick flash fire. It is out. Cars dive to the inside. One of the cars up against the outside wall dodges the crash. They are side by side just as we come out of number 1.
Less than half a lap ago. Brody Johncock by 5 car lengths over Rick Mears. They're in the north short chute. Here they come. This is the final quarter lap. Johncock maintains the lead. The voice of the 500, Paul Page. Who's going to win it?
Gordon Johncock off the 4th turn. Mears is right behind him. Johncock. Mears makes the try. Johncock wins it by less than 1/10 of a second. Gordon Johncock has won his second 500. Rick Mears comes across in second place, almost side by side. And you should see the celebration that is taking place at the Patrick Racing pits. An incredible celebration now as they run down toward victory lane. What a finish.
Let's see what happens with the 68. He's going to climb the fence. He is out of the car, and Helio Castroneves climbs the fence in the front straight.
IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network. From the Firestone broadcast booth, it's time for the Verizon IndyCar Series on the Advance Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network.
Simply put, 27 times it's been the recipe for excitement, the Verizon IndyCar Series and Texas Motor Speedway. Good evening, everyone. I'm Mark James. Welcome to final preparations for this weekend's Texas Motor Speedway Firestone 600 for the next 30 minutes. I, along with Dick Yeoman, will be walking you through the process and giving you the eyes and ears, if you will, of what's going on. As after qualifying today, Will Power will start P1 alongside his Penske teammate Simon Pagenaud. The lone interloper into the Penske party will start 4th. That's the Honda number 26 of Carlos Munoz. Castroneves is wedged in there. Juan Pablo Montoya will start 5th, the Indy 500 champion. And were it not for Carlos Munoz, Nick Yeoman, we would look at qualifying today as total domination by Team Penske.
Yeah, qualifying was awfully interesting today. Kind of had a couple different tiers. As you mentioned, Team Penske takes 4 of the top 5 positions. We saw the Ganassi cars slotted in 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th with Dixon, Kanaan, Kimball, and Karam respectively. So you've got those 2 groups, those 2 Power Chevrolet teams, Mark, those 8 drivers making up the 10 spots. But the interesting ones was the Hondas. The outliers in those groups was with Munoz qualifying 4th, and then Graham Rahal once again backing up really what he's been doing all season long with a strong qualifying effort, 6th. But certainly the storyline, Mark, has been Team Penske. They have shown up with quite a bit of speed here at Texas Motor Speedway.
Race conditions, more or less, what we're facing right now with a 7 o'clock airtime Central. That's 8 o'clock Eastern, and a green flag about 40 to 45 minutes afterward. Nick, where we are on the clock right now, 6:45 Central Time, pretty close to the conditions we'll see tomorrow night.
And because of that, this practice session has been very active early on. 3 of the Penske cars heading down the front straightaway into turn 1. That's Power, Montoya, and Castro Neves. They thought about going 3 wide through turn number 2. Mark, pit lane, as you look, pretty much empty. Only a couple different cars. Graham Rahal and Charlie Kimball coming in for some routine stops, but the rest of the cars all out on the racetrack because this is such an important session. You only get 30 minutes to really get a feel for what race conditions are going to be like tomorrow night.
Texas Motor Speedway President Eddie Gossage, none too subtle in his desire to see pack racing return, which for years was the hallmark of the events here at Texas Motor Speedway. Interesting to note, Graham Rahal was very, very clear and very, very direct. They didn't beat around the bush, said if you're hoping for that to return with this aero kit, he said it ain't happening.
Well, and that's been one of the hot topics up for debate, certainly, because I think if we can admit the last couple years there's needed some tweaks that needed to be made to this format, because it just wasn't like Texas Motor Speedway to see Ed Carpenter lead 66 of the last 67 laps a year ago. I think we want to see a little bit more of a competitive race, and Mark, I think with these aero kits, I think we're poised to have a bit more competitive race. But yeah, pack racing is a thing of the past.
The DHL machine makes its way down pit road. That's the number 28 of Ryan Hunter-Ray. No need to adjust your computer if you pull up the official starting grid for tomorrow's race. Ryan Hunter-Ray will indeed be rolling off in the 21st starting position. In the practice session this morning, quite frankly, it just broke loose. The number 28 machine did. It found the outside retaining wall in turn number 2. We talked to Ryan Hunter-Ray, who was very matter-of-fact post-incident, talking about qualifying and preparations for this weekend's race.
Ryan Hunter-Ray standing here on the pit road. Practice got a little bit short because of an incident off turn 2, but the car got fixed. You went out there and qualified it. Obviously not the speed that you wanted out of it, but did you feel something in there that may give you hope for tomorrow night's race?
Well, we knew we were going to miss it by a bunch for qualifying because we had to be very conservative with the car. You know, when you get the car in the wall like that, you put new stuff on it, having never been hot yet and never really taking a set, you don't know where it's going to come in once it gets stressed on the racetrack. So we had to be conservative with everything, including our downforce level, and you know, it's as we expected at the moment. So has nothing to do with how we're going to race tomorrow. Hopefully we'll get this DHL Honda up front.
And of course, Ryan Hunter-Ray visiting with our Brad Gilley. Brad joining us this weekend, part of our PRN family, and we work with him during the Brickyard 400 weekend. Happy to have Brad with us here at Texas Motor Speedway. He'll be working pit road tomorrow night with Michael Young and Nick Yeoman. Nick, what are you seeing?
See it, guys, awfully active coming out of turn number 2. Some of the Penske cars shooting off of turn number 2, and that's what we're seeing early on. Juan Montoya has gone to the top of the charts. We see Simon Pagenaud on the inside of Marco Andretti. Marco kind of in no man's land. Mark, that's where we saw Marco, though, at the beginning of the Texas race a year ago. Went to the outside, passed a ton of cars, and then about 3 or 4 laps later, his engine let go. So Marco comes to Texas, certainly looking to rebound from a disappointing run a year ago, and he's a guy that comes in with a lot of momentum with a strong run in the duel at Detroit a week ago.
All right, Mr. Pit Reporter, in this 30-minute session, we've been at it for a couple of minutes now. 5.5 minutes to to be accurate. We see Munoz shuffling off the pit road right now as we speak. You mentioned Kimball and Rahal as takers earlier. During the practice session earlier today, a lot of adjustments, a lot of guys spending a lot of time on pit road. It appears as though that by and large, this group right now is running what they think they need to run for tomorrow night's race.
Yeah, during that 75-minute practice session that we saw earlier today, I think a lot of guys were working on qualifying sims, and I think many drivers, when we talked to them during that qualifying session, Mark, admitted that that's what they worked on. This session, they've got their race setups in, and I think, honestly, Mark, anybody that we see come down pit lane, you're not going to see side pods come off the cars. You're not going to see engine cowlings. You're going to see maybe a half a turn or a full turn in and out of that front wing. I think that's all the adjustments you're going to make, because you really want to treat this last practice session as something that's very similar to the race that we're going to see tomorrow night.
Well, for those of you maybe who are doing something else while you're listening to us and you've minimized that screen that gives you timing and scoring, we do want to let you know that Juan Montoya is P1. He just clicked off his 14th lap. They continue to turn pretty fast speeds here. They're in the 215 mile an hour range as Montoya. Graham Rahal is P2, then Gabby Chavez in the 98 machine. Tony Kanaan, Elio Castro-Neves, Simon Pagenaud, Will Power, Scott Dixon, Sebastian Bourdais, and Carlos Munoz. Ryan Hunter-Ray, Marco Andretti, Tristan Vautier, Charlie Kimball, and Joseph Newgard in the top 15. Sato, Hawksworth, Karam, Jakes, Carpenter, Mann, Coletti, and Briscoe continue. For whatever the reason, Nick Yeoman, and we couldn't get anybody to give us an answer, maybe they don't know themselves, but Carpenter, Fisher, Hartman Racing did not unload with very fast race cars this weekend.
No, I don't think they have a clue. And I spoke to both Joseph and Ed during that qualifying show. Joseph was always very politically correct. He's not the team owner, though. He's just the driver, and said, hey, our guys are working awfully hard. They're going to figure it out. Ed, being the driver owner, flat out said, I don't know what the deal is, but we got to go back to the drawing book and figure it out, because they were a very disappointing practice session. And certainly, as you mentioned, in qualifying, it didn't get a whole lot better. 14th and 15th is just not where we expect to see, because I think that CFH Racing, Mark, I think we look at them as kind of that next tier of the Chevrolet power teams right below the Penske and Ganassi guys.
Well, you talk about being best in class. Well, I guess we need to talk about being best in class. Right now, it appears as though Graham Rahal overall is that for Honda, but a great showing by Carlos Munoz. I think it's huge for that team to not only have the success that they had in winning that first race in Detroit, but then coming back the following weekend and following up by qualifying fourth in the middle of those Penske's here at Texas Motor Speedway.
Yeah, they seem like they're really starting to turn the corner and maybe starting to figure that out, and you just expected that to happen. There's too many smart guys, too many smart minds with that Andretti Autosport organization for them to struggle all season long like we had seen in the first 5 or 6 races. So Detroit certainly appears to be a bit of a turning point. I think a lot of that had to do with the wacky circumstances with the weather, but no doubt, Mark, they've come to Texas this weekend and certainly appear to be one of the better Honda teams.
Interesting reaction, or response, I should say, from Marco Andretti today. He was asked after his qualifying run if he felt like that Honda was starting to make strides and maybe closing the gap a little bit between them and Chevrolet. I believe his response was, I know I'm very happy with our 27 group.
He admitted just that. I feel good about where we're at as far as Honda as an organization or as a company competing with Chevrolet. Not quite sure whether that Honda team is quite there, but Marco Andretti, certainly that team making some strides. That Andretti Autosport organization right now 10th, 11th, and 12th in this final half hour of practice here in the Verizon IndyCar Series.
We are at Texas Motor Speedway, 10 minutes into this 30-minute session. Your top 5, Montoya, Graham Rahal, Gabby Chavez, Tony Kanaan, and Elio Castro-Neves, coming to you live from the Firestone broadcast booth. This is the Advanced Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network.
If there's one thing Firestone's learned over its 100 years in racing, it's that if you don't keep moving forward, you're going to get left behind. So even though Firestone has more Indy 500 wins than any other tire on the planet, we're always more concerned with what we've done for you lately. That's why we're constantly trying to make our tires stronger, last longer, and handle better than ever. And we bring that same commitment to every tire we make, whether it's for the racetrack or for the open road. Whatever you drive, drive a Firestone.
From the Firestone broadcast booth, the Verizon IndyCar Series on the Advanced Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network.
Well, we say not very many takers on pit road, but, I can tell you, having coached for a number of years, they oftentimes make liars out of you, Nick Gilman.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, traffic picked up on pit road here at Texas Motor Speedway.
Yeah, we hit that 10-minute mark, that, third of the way through this practice session, and looked like about 2/3 of the field have made their way to pit lane or are still there. Both of the Penske power cars of Power and Montoya, they've been on pit lane. Marco Andretti visited pit lane. Went back out of the racetrack. Tony Kanaan has brought that number 10 machine to pit lane. We see Ryan Briscoe, Ed Carpenter leaving now. So a lot of these teams look like they are wanting to make some adjustments here, Mark, in this final practice.
Well, as we mentioned, Montoya continues P1, then Graham Rahal, Gabby Chavez, Tony Kanaan, and Elio Castroneves. Interesting to note, after the first practice session this morning, Takuma Sato was third quick, Nick. He turned a lap in the 2:16.078 range. However, was not able to transfer that over. Qualified no better than 13th today.
Yeah, and it's hard to tell what he might have been working or might not have been working on during that practice session, but that was one of the surprises. On a positive side, very impressed with the way James Jakes threw down a big lap at the beginning of qualifying on his first lap and just simply missed it on the second lap, but still a pretty decent 12th place qualifying effort for James Jakes, who slotted in one spot ahead of Sato.
As is often the case, once we clear the Indianapolis 500 in the month of May, the talk is moved away from the prestige and the importance of winning the 500, and it focuses firmly on the championship. Juan Montoya, after the doubleheader weekend in Detroit, comes out of there with a 21-point advantage over Will Power, and he has got some championship contenders with a lot of experience with championship chases nipping at his heels. Will Power, the defending champion, the number 1 machine. Scott Dixon, a 2-time series champion. Elio Castroneves is 65 back. Dixon 63 back, by the way. So now, all of a sudden, as we get ready for the dog days of summer and the really tight confines in terms of our race weekends and the battle for this championship, it's very, very important to qualify well and to race well to stay in title contention. As we mentioned, one of the guys in contention rolls off in the 7th starting position. He's the driver of the number 9 Target machine for Chip Ganassi Racing. That's Scott Dixon.
P7 for Scott Dixon in the number 9. P7 for Scott Dixon in the number 9 car. And Scott, we know you can find your way to the front at Texas. What's it going to take to do that tomorrow night?
Yeah, I think it's for the most part, it's having a consistent car over the stint. That's the hardest part, the degradation here and the amount that you slow down. Almost 15 miles an hour over a stint. So that's going to be key. But obviously getting to the end of the race to start with is the big one. And I've come up short here a few times, but being quick. So you got to get through that first part, and hopefully we can have the right car at the end. Hopefully this Energizer car is going to be fast. It seems pretty good long runs so far. We'll have to wait and see what tomorrow brings.
You slowed off quite a bit from lap 1 to lap 2. I mean, is that how fast the fall off is here? Just one lap, you lose that much?
Yeah, qualifying you maybe see a little bit more just because you're trimming out. You're hundreds of pounds of less downforce than what you would typically race. So over the 50 lap stint, you're still going to lose about 15 miles an hour. But we'll have to hopefully contain that some and keep that under control. And I think that's what will win you the race.
246 starts, and last Sunday was, I believe the stat we shared was just his 20th DNF. It just doesn't look.
No.
It doesn't look right to see that car sitting idle before the checkered flag.
It doesn't look right to see him out of a race car walking to one of the Homatro safety vehicles. That's how odd it was to see Scott Dixon out of that race early, and certainly Mark. It's put that team in a bit of a tough spot for this championship because he was right there with Montoya and Power, and 63 markers back in third now. So has a little bit of a hole to dig himself out of, but very, very surprising. But here's the thing about Scott Dixon, Mark. It wasn't his fault. I mean, it was certainly a miscalculation by Charlie Kimball, and I think that's a testament that just Scott Dixon simply doesn't beat himself. Never has.
Well, Dixon right now is 8th quick. He's turned laps in the range of 212.888 miles per hour as we're now halfway through this 30-minute session here at Texas Motor Speedway. And no question, Nick, that we don't see a lot of side-by-side racing here. However, we do see a lot of drivers working the draft, and primarily teammates are working the draft.
Yeah, we're going to see comers and goers. I think that's going to be the case all night long as some of the drivers coming out of turn number 4, one of the Penske cars, believe that is Simon Pagenaud. It is. He moved moved high and let Will Power, Marco Andretti, and Tony Kanaan skirt to the inside. So certainly these drivers testing out some of these lines. Stefano Coletti, in fact, had a big moment there in turn one.
That's not the preferred line through there.
He shot to the inside because the closing rate was so quick on Simon Pagenaud, and Mark, he put the left side tires below the apron, and a big wiggle from that number 4 car, and immediately he's going to bring it back to pit lane. That was a big moment for the rookie Stefano Coletti.
Yeah, stealing from the television ad, it was an aha moment. I guess cleaning it up a little bit, I would imagine. But yeah, Coletti with the moment there, and of course, the banking pretty pronounced here, but the transition below that white line onto that pit exit lane, that just totally and completely upsets the balance of the race car, and Coletti found out that's just not a place that you're capable of going. We take a look at the number 22 machine of Simon Pagenaud, who, quite honestly, Nick, has a pretty advantageous pit box. He's on the far side of an opening, so it's going to be an easy in for him, and more often than not, it's going to be an easy out. And if you get a full course caution under those pit conditions, that could almost be as advantageous as being in the number 1 pit stall.
And a lot of times, Mark, when I'm down there on pit lane, I don't necessarily look at who has an opening in front of them, but I look at the drivers that they could be running around. He's got Marco Andretti in front of him and Carlos Munoz's pit box behind him. Those guys could be factors, but certainly tomorrow we know Montoya, Dixon, Castroneves, Power, those guys are all there at pit exit. They're going to have to pull around each other when they want to get in those pit boxes, and those split seconds, Mark, can certainly mean the difference. So I'm with you. I think Simon Pagenaud has a pretty good pit box, and as they work on that number 22 machine, he's going to be a factor. Certainly showed a lot of impressive effort at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in some really good equipment. I think Simon Pagenaud has shown us that he's a guy that may be able to win on an oval.
Should exceed 80 starts in his open wheel career, which dates back to 2007, by the way. He has 4 wins and 1 pole. He has 11 top 3s, 28 top 5s, and 50 top 10s. That's not a bad average, but my question is, Nick, of course, Elio wants to win his first championship still, but he has 3 500 wins to his credit. Montoya is a former series champion. Of course, Juan Montoya has 2 wins and 3 starts of the Indy 500. Will Power is series champion. Multiple wins, has not won the 500 yet. So does Pagenaud and Kyle Moyer, both new to this Penske operation, do they have more pressure on them than the other 3?
I think they do, and you kind of knew that it was just naturally going to happen. There was going to be a low man on the totem pole with this Penske super team coming into the season, and so far it has been Simon Pagenaud, and it's not been for lack of effort. Certainly they've been doing a good job trying to get that car. Had a lot of just misfortunate things like the mechanical issue at the Grand Prix of Indianapolis. I'm interested, Mark, as we move into the second half of the season. Simon Pagenaud is down 9th in points, 122 markers out. Realistically, probably a little too far out to be a championship contender unless they start taking some big swings. You know Kyle Moyer pretty well. Going to be interesting if they go off strategy, do some different things from those other 3 cars on the Penske organization, and see if it lands them in victory lane.
And if they're out of the points, a win here and there over some other point contenders
you back in.
Could end up helping their teammates in the long run too, as we get down toward the end of the season. Montoya, Rahal, Chavez, Kanaan, Castroneves, your top 5. Pagenaud, Power, Dixon, Bourdais. Carlos Munoz running 10th, but again, the likable young Colombian picked up his first career win at Detroit last weekend. He will roll off 4th on the starting grid in the number 26 machine tomorrow night here at Texas Motor Speedway.
Carlos Munoz, boy, you made Will Power sweat a little bit. I was watching his face down there in the pit box. He had to think about it. Good run. You happy with that qualifying effort?
Yeah, I don't think Will Power was looking at it a lot. He did 2:18.5. He was 1 mile an hour quicker than me. At the end, the first lap I thought was okay. But it's good to be the first on the class. At least it's not 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Penske is 1 and 3, and then the 4th is an Honda. But really, really happy. I think here it's quite important the qualifying, to stay in the front because it's so hard to pass here. But you have to have a good car for the race, a really constant car. It was good to have my teammates in front of me on qualifying. That's the good thing. Starting the last, you can see your teammates, how they do, what they do, with gear they do, and everything. So also thank them. That's good to have a lot of teammates in front of you. And tomorrow is a long race, so keep it clear the whole race.
217.831, the 2-lap average. Again, he will start in row number 2. Again, 20 minutes into this 30-minute session, Montoya, Rahal, Chavez, Canan, Castroneves, Pagenaud, Power, Dixon, Bourdais, and Munoz the top 10. Then Sato, Hunter-Ray, Andretti, Vautier, and Kimball the top 15. Then Pippa Mann, Joseph Newgarden, Jack Hawksworth, Ryan Briscoe, Sage Karam, James Jakes, and Ed Carpenter and Stefano Coletti. From the Firestone broadcast booth at Texas Motor Speedway, this is the Advance Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network.
If there's one thing Firestone's learned over its 100 years in racing, it's that if you don't keep moving forward, you're going to get left behind. So even though Firestone has more Indy 500 wins than any other tire on the planet, we're always more concerned with what we've done for you lately. That's why we're constantly trying to make our tires stronger, last longer, and handle better than ever. And we bring that same commitment to every tire we make, whether it's for the racetrack or for the open road. Whatever you drive, drive a Firestone.
From the Firestone broadcast booth, the Verizon IndyCar Series on the Advance Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network.
Final preparations here at Texas Motor Speedway for the Firestone 600 for the Verizon IndyCar Series. Mark James, Nick Yeoman, high above the start-finish line. More towards turn number 1 here at Texas Motor Speedway. And Nick Yeoman, so far, no victories to show for it, but still, I think, a good year for Graham Rahal. Started off the year getting engaged to Courtney Force, of course. And now we see a pretty good string of finishes. The lone blip was at Belle Isle, again, totally out of his control. Race number 1, he finishes 23rd. How does he respond? He comes back to get on the podium, finishing 3rd in race number 2. But Nick, prior to that bobble at Belle Isle, a 5th in the Indianapolis 500, 2nd in the GP of Indy, a 2nd at Barber. But he started the season in pretty good shape as well, with an 11th place finish, an 8th place finish, and 11th place finish at Long Beach.
Yeah, and he told me a couple weeks ago that those 3 finishes to start the season, 11th at St. Petersburg, 8th at NOLA, and 11th at Long Beach, he felt like they deserved to have a better ultimate finish, that they ran a lot better than those finishes, certainly the points that were presented to him. So, yeah, he's been one of the stories of the season, no doubt about it. I don't think many people would have looked at Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan as that organization and said, yeah, that's going to be the front-running team for Honda this season. But it's been awfully impressive. And Mark, he's got himself right in the championship mix. He's just 69 points back. He's right there. He's ahead of Helio Castroneves. He's ahead of Sebastian Bourdais, Marco Andretti. So it's been one of the stories of the season. That first win is knocking on the door. I don't know if it'll come here. If fuel mileage plays in it, it certainly could, because Honda has proven so far early in the season that they have a bit of an advantage. But certainly, I would be shocked at this point, Mark, if Graham Rahal ends the season without a win.
Better tire management here 2 years ago would have gotten him a win here. I mean, the tires went away at the end of the race, and he gave way to Justin Wilson. He was either that or put it in the wall. So he's been fast here and knows the fast way around. Stay with me while I connect these dots. Carlos Munoz made a statement after the Detroit race. We scratched our head at a little bit. He said, I really didn't want to get my first win this way. And of course, he's a young kid, and he'll learn. But this is why I scratched my head at this. This will be the 137th start for Graham Rahal, and he won in his first race at St. Petersburg. So Carlos Munoz better enjoy that feeling, not apologize for it, because you never know when or if it's going to come back around.
Nothing is guaranteed. You just don't know when that next one is going to come. And I understand. Hey, Carlos Munoz is a young guy, and I understand that, Mark. And I think that we believe, we can project that Carlos Munoz is going to win quite a few races down the road. But we could have done the same with Graham Rahal.
And Marco.
Could have done the same with Marco Andretti. So you take them how you can get them. But that's the racer in those guys. I remember Joseph Newgarden, when he won his first race earlier this season, Mark, at Barber Motorsports Park, the first thing he said when he got out of that race car and talked to me was, that's the way I wanted to win it. I didn't want to leave any doubts. I didn't want to win it by fuel strategy. I wanted to go out there and kick everyone's tail, and he certainly did that. But they pay the same. The points are still there, and Mark, ultimately, Joseph Newgarden, Carlos Munoz, both have 1 wins in their back pocket.
Now we see a little side-by-side activity. The aforementioned Graham Rahal out there running around. I believe it's either the 22 went by so quickly. It's either the 22 of Simon Pagenaud, or it was the 2 of Montoya. We think it's Pagenaud, as we see Helio Castroneves and Montoya on pit road. So yeah, that would make it a little tough for Juan to be both. And they're also running with the number 18 machine of Dale Coyne and the 67 of Joseph Newgarden, also interested in that. Of course, the 18 and 19 being piloted piloted by Pippa Mann and Tristan Vautier this weekend. Nick, for Dale Coyne.
You got to be happy for both of those drivers. From a personal standpoint, getting to work with Pippa, we like her a great deal. She certainly, the hit she took in Indianapolis deserves to get an opportunity. And then Tristan Vautier, this is a guy, Mark, that I think people just forgot about. And here's an Indy Lights champion. He stepped in and had a few impressive performances as a rookie driving for Schmidt-Peterson. Great to see him get an opportunity, and certainly he showed out at Detroit. He had a fast car in practice earlier today, so going to be interesting to watch that number 19 machine, and I hope Dale Coyne gives Tristan Vautier a few more opportunities this season, because he certainly earned it at Detroit.
Easy to root for him, simply because he's one of the nicest guys that you'll meet in the paddock. A lot of folks bemoaning the fact that Connor Daly didn't get the opportunity after his strong performance in Detroit to race here. The simple fact of the matter is Ryan Briscoe's got a pretty impressive resume here at Texas Motor Speedway, including a race win.
Yeah, he won here in 2010. Ryan Briscoe is a guy that knows his way around Texas Motor Speedway awfully well, and those opportunities are going to come for Connor Daly. I'm kind of under the impression that, how do you get some of these younger drivers that you really want to put in race cars? How do you get them up to speed on these ovals without throwing them out there and giving them the opportunity? And I think that's the point that a lot of Connor Daly fans have made. But you can't go wrong with putting Ryan Briscoe in a race car.
Well, here's why. His numbers at Texas: 8 starts, a pole, 3 top 5 starts. He has a win here, as we said. 5 top 5 finishes, 7 top 10 finishes. He's led here 5 times for 282 laps, and he doesn't have a DNF here, so that's a wise move.
Well, and look what Ryan Briscoe did at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, jumping in that car after James Hinchcliffe got injured, started at the back and ended up finishing 12th. I mean, he did a fantastic job all day long of keeping his nose clean and bringing that car home in the top 15. It was an impressive run, and Ryan Briscoe certainly deserves that opportunity.
Elio Castroneves is 6th quick, and Nick, he's checked out. I mean, he is standing just outside the pit box. He's already out of the race car, and he's kind of content to leave the car the way it's set up. And I got to be honest with you, if I were the rest of the field, I think that tells me that the pilot of the number 3 likes his chances tomorrow night.
Well, I think you can go either way with that, Mark. You could say, A, to your point, that he's happy with his race car. You could also say, and we can't see everything here at the racetrack, did he have a moment out there? Did maybe he see a couple cars dicing it up a little bit in front of him and say, I don't want to tear my car up here with just 5 minutes to go in happy hour, knowing I've got a good machine. So it's hard to tell, but as you mentioned, he's out of that race car. His teammate Will Powers on a very different strategy. Will came in for a quick simulated pit stop, and he's taking that Verizon Chevrolet right back out on the racetrack.
4 wins and 17 starts at Texas Motor Speedway for Elio Castroneves.
That's awfully impressive. He knows his way around this place, and certainly is going to be a factor tomorrow night.
90 seconds left in this session. Montoya, Rahal, Chavez, Canaan, Hunter-Ray, Pagano, Castroneves, Munoz, Dixon, Bourdais, Power, Vautier, Sato, Andretti, and Kimball, the top 15. Then Pippa Mann, Joseph Newgarden, Jax Hawksworth, Briscoe, Karam, Jakes. Boy, the struggles continue for Ed Carpenter. 22nd quick at 209.368, and Stefano Coletti, the rookie in the number 4 machine, is 23rd quick.
Mark, I got a chuckle. I've been watching Carlos Munoz fly around cars on the outside. For those watching on IndyCar.com, you're seeing that on board with Juan Montoya. You just saw Munoz jump to the outside. He passed Montoya, then he passed Newgarden, and now Montoya's going to go to the outside. Boy, Mark, bottleneck there out of turn number 4. Everybody's trying to get around Joseph Newgarden, and that speaks to the struggles, again, of this CFH organization. Ed Carpenter, Joseph Newgarden are simply in the way right now.
Marco, Newgarden, Ryan Hunter-Ray has to lift because, as you mentioned, Joseph Newgarden's a little slower in front of him. Ryan's trying to tuck up behind him, but here comes traffic behind Hunter-Ray as he tries to get to the bottom of Newgarden. It looks like Joseph's kind of holding on for dear life, Nick.
Yeah, that was Sebastian Bourdais, who also flies through on the inside. Here, Newgarden to the outside. Graham Rahal is going to take a pass underneath him, so I can't imagine that young kid is very happy. He wasn't very happy after qualifying in practice, and certainly it doesn't appear that the Carpenter, Fisher, Hartman group have found anything, Mark, in this practice session.
Interesting to note that a lot of the fast times, Nick, were set very early on. We haven't seen timing and scoring jumble much in the last 20 minutes of this session.
Yeah, fastest lap for Montoya was lap 2 for Graham Rahals, who is currently second quick. His fastest lap was his 6th lap. Gabby Chavez, who's third quick, he turned his quickest time on lap 4. Kanan, who's fourth quick, turned his fastest lap on lap 3. So yeah, we saw a lot of quick laps being turned early in this session. The second half of this session marked just a lot of cars dicing it up and feeling each other out here at Texas Motor Speedway.
And before we go, let's hear from our pole sitter, Will Power.
Will, congratulations. You had to wait out everybody, but ultimately you hold them all off. How good does this feel?
Yeah, I mean, I thought when I drew P1, I was like, oh, man. But, you know, the track didn't change much. It's, you know, it kind of just got cool now with the cloud going over. But, yeah, really happy for the Verizon car. And see what we can do tomorrow night.
Juan Montoya, P1, Rahal, Chavez, Kanan, Hunter Ray, Pagano, Castro Neves, Munoz, Dixon, and Bourdais, your top 10. Will Power, Simon Pagano will lead the way. Will Power, your pole sitter. Join us for all the action of the usual outlets tomorrow night, 7 o'clock Central Time, 8 o'clock Eastern. Flag-to-flag coverage of the Firestone 600 from Texas Motor Speedway. Our thanks to our on-site engineer and producer, Rick Evans. The director of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Radio Network and IndyCar Radio is Wally Levitt. For Nick Yeoman, I'm Mark Jane. So long for now from Texas Motor Speedway.
IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network.
A.J. Foyt down the main straightaway. The checkered flag is out. A.J.'s hand in the air. He is the winner. A.J. Foyt at Indianapolis has won his fourth 500-mile race. A.J. Foyt, our winner. The flag will fly now for Tom Stava and then for Al Unser. We will be talking with all of these drivers in just a moment.
And we await A.J. Foyt along with a host of others, including Tony Holman, who is cheering as loudly as the crowd. We've seen what has never been seen before, beginning with a woman driving in the field in the morning and A.J. finishing 4 up front at Indianapolis. Headed into victory lane now, A.J. Foyt in the gleaming Gilmore 14 Coyote, the Gilmore Racing Team home, and he wins again.
And there's the checkered flag for Mark Donahue, winner of the 1972 Indianapolis 500-mile race.
Oh my goodness, we have 7, 8, 10 cars in a pack headed for one Jerry.
Well, you talk about the crowd getting on their feet. They do. So far, so good. They are nose to tail, a little bit of room. There's about an 8-car pack in front of Gary Lee right now.
Yeah, and in that pack, second place and third place. Little Al has gotten around Jack Villeneuve. He's back up to second, and now 2 cars separate second and third. Mr. Excitement is that youngster, that second-generation driver. We're impressed with Jack Villeneuve, but right now he's dropped to third. And there's Al Unser Jr.